Welcome to the Tarumanagara International Conference on Applied Social Science and Humanities, TICASH, and Tarumanagara International Conference on the Application of Technology and Engineering, TICATE, August 24, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Greetings from Jakarta, Indonesia. Allow me Paula from Universitas Tarumanagara, who will be a master of ceremony today. We are very glad to have all of you. Our guest speakers, Professor Dr. Mahazir Ishak from University Malaysia Pahang, Malaysia, Philbert Juwono PhD from Curtin University, Malaysia, and Dr. Torker from Curtin University, Australia. Student from International Student Exchange Program 2022, Rector of Universitas Tarumanagara, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Agustinus Purnairawan, MMIPU Asian Eng, Vice Rector, Dean, and all participants and presenters from Malaysia, India, Australia, England, Philippines, and Taiwan. This conference is organized by Universitas Tarumanagara. First of all, I would like to invite all of you to sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Thank you.
Wahai pemuda, pemudi semua, Universitas Tarumanagara, bersatu padu kita bersama, membela nama Tarumanagara. Hidup Tarumanagara, hiduplah, hiduplah selamanya. Hidup Tarumanagara, hiduplah selamanya. Bangunlah, bangun Tarumanagara, tanah air memanggil kita, menuntut ilmu, mencapai cita, untuk negara kita bekerja. Hidup Tarumanagara, hiduplah, hiduplah selamanya. Hidup Tarumanagara, hiduplah, hiduplah selamanya. Bekerjalah jujur dan ikhlas, berjiwalah luhur dan setia,
Thank you, and please be seated. For the welcoming and opening ceremony, I would like to invite Dr. Hugeng as a chairman of TICASH and TICATE for delivering his report.
Yes, okay. Good morning, Honorable Rector of Universitas Tarumanagara, Professor Dr. Insinyur Agustus Punahirawan, Honorable Vice Rector of UNTAR, Dr. Rasji, Honorable leaders of the partner universities and industries, Honorable leaders of UNTAR, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, we are pleased to welcome you all to the 5th TICATE 2022 and the 4th TICASH 2022, which are held virtually on today, 24 and 25 August 2022. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we held this still virtually. These two international conferences are perfect forums for world-class researchers and practitioners to share their findings and current progress of their works in the field of technology, engineering, social sciences, and humanities. It also gives opportunity to create collaboration with the researchers and practitioners around the world. We believe that the pandemic will not stop us to contribute to the fields. TICATE 2022 and TICASH 2022 are hosted by Universitas Tarumanagara and respectively technically sponsored by AIP Publishing and Atlantis Press. We received for the TICATE this year a total of 133 papers and we accept only 75 papers. And for TICASH a total of 181 papers and accepted only 123 papers. These papers come from United Kingdom, Japan, Australia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Taiwan, India, and Indonesia. Each paper went through a tight review process with at least 2 reviewers. In this opportunity, I would like to apologize for the TICATE 2021, we are in the final process to publishing the proceedings of the TICATE last year. We are honored to have 3 experts as the keynote speakers. We would like to thank Professor Dr. Mahathir Ishak from University Malaysia Pahang, Malaysia, my friend Dr. Philbert Hajuwono from Curtin University, Malaysia, and Dr. Torker from Curtin University, Australia. Thank you very much for your contribution. Finally, thank you very much for your support from the committee, authors, reviewers, editors, and all our participants, also from our partner universities and partner industries. To make TICATE and TICASH 2022 happen, and we wish you all an enjoyable virtual conference from Jakarta. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hugeng. Now we have our rector, Professor Dr. Insinyur Agustinus Purnairawan, MMIPU SNN, for delivering an opening speech.
Dear our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is such a great pleasure for me to welcome all the participants to the 5th Tarumanagara International Conference on the Application of Technology and Engineering and the 4th Tarumanagara International Conference on Application of Social Sciences and Humanities. These two international conferences, which is organized by Universitas Tarumanagara in the field of engineering and technology, and also social science and humanities, whose proceedings will be indexed by Scopus and Web of Science. With the success of previous international conferences, I hope this event would be held sustainability in forthcoming years. I am very thankful that these two conferences are supported by our partner, foreign and international university and industries. As we all know, the goal of this conference to provide a forum that facilitates the exchange of knowledge and experience of both practitioners and academics in the field of the application of engineering and technology, and also social sciences and humanities. Under these circumstances, they can mutually share their findings. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my appreciation to the following institution. This year's conference becomes special due to the support from our plenary speakers, Dr. Philbert Hajuwono, Senior Lecturer at Curtin University, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Mohazir Ishak from University Malaysia Pahang, Malaysia, and Dr. Torker, Curtin University, Australia. I would also sincerely say thanks to the organization committee for their commitment, hard work, and dedication, making these internationally reputable conferences successful, reliable. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude for the presence of distinguished speakers, authors, reviewers, and number active participants from several countries. I wish you all a wonderful and great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Rector. Would you please to stay for the opening ceremony? I would like to invite Pak Rasji, Dr. Rasji, Pak Hugeng, Pak Bagus to accompany our rector to opening this conference officially.
Ladies and gentlemen, I declare that TICATE and TICASH 2022 officially open.
Give a big applause for the opening TICASH and TICATE 2022. Now we are going to have a photo session. Please, you may open your camera to take a picture together. Okay, photo session finished. Thank you very much for all of you, our rector, our vice rector, Pak Hugeng dan Pak Bagus. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the next session. Before starting the plenary session, I think you can walking around to Universitas Tarumanegara virtually. This is our campus tour virtually. Selamat datang di Universitas Tarumanagara, kampus strategis di Jakarta Barat, terakreditasi unggul dengan 30 program studi, jenjang sarjana, magister, profesi, dan doktor, meraih berbagai prestasi tingkat nasional dan internasional. Inilah pintu masuk kampus 1, Jalan Lejen S. Parman. Disambut ramah petugas dengan menerapkan protokol kesehatan. Lingkungan kampus yang asri menciptakan suasana nyaman untuk berinteraksi sosial. Gedung utama. Rektorat berada di lantai 5. Perpustakaan terakreditasi A memiliki fasilitas buku dan jurnal yang lengkap serta kemudahan mengakses internet, berada di lantai 6 hingga 9. Sinemarum merupakan fasilitas hiburan. Lembaga Sistem Informasi dan Database berada di lantai 10. Gedung dengan 21 lantai memiliki auditorium tipe teater di lantai 3 dan grand ballroom di lantai 21. Fakultas Ilmu Komunikasi terletak di lantai 11 dan 12, dilengkapi dengan ruang kelas, ruang dosen, dan laboratorium yang sangat memadai. Gedung M. Berjalan menuju lantai dasar terdapat pusat layanan terpadu, menangani bidang akademik, keuangan, pendaftaran mahasiswa baru, dan poliklinik. Lantai 2 merupakan ruang kegiatan organisasi kemahasiswaan. Mahasiswa berkumpul dan berdiskusi, menjalin kerjasama untuk mempersembahkan prestasi. Fakultas Hukum berada di lantai 3 Gedung M, memiliki fasilitas ruang kuliah, ruang dosen, dan laboratorium yang sangat memadai. Auditorium dan geraha suara berada di lantai 8 puncak Gedung M, berkapasitas 500 kursi, digunakan untuk seminar, konferensi, perayaan keagamaan, dan pertemuan lain. Geraha suara berkapasitas 300 kursi, digunakan untuk pagelaran musik, paduan suara, dan teater. Gedung P, food court berada di lantai dasar, akrab disebut kantina, meraih penghargaan kantin sehat tingkat nasional Kementerian Kesehatan 2018. Fasilitas bisnis, minimarket, kafe, restoran, bank, dan ATM center melengkapi suasana kampus yang dinamis. Lahan parkir yang luas untuk kendaraan roda 2 dan roda 4 tersedia dari lantai basement hingga 8. Sport hall serta fitness center berada di lantai 8, diperuntukkan bagi sivitas akademika penggemar olahraga. Gedung L dan Gedung J merupakan lokasi fakultas teknik berdampingan dengan fakultas kedokteran. Laboratorium berstandar internasional serta fasilitas lain sangat memadai untuk kegiatan pembelajaran. Gedung K merupakan lokasi Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Seni Rupa dan Desain, memiliki ruang galeri atau pameran karya serta fasilitas lain sangat menunjang. Gedung R. Gedung R adalah lokasi laboratorium Fakultas Psikologi dan Fakultas Teknologi Informasi, dilengkapi dengan ruang kuliah, ruang konsultasi, laboratorium beserta perangkatnya sangat menunjang proses pembelajaran. Kampus 2 terletak di seberang Kampus 1, Jalan Tanjung Duren Utara. Gedung megah yang terdiri atas gedung A, B, dan C merupakan lokasi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Memiliki fasilitas sarana prasarana yang sangat lengkap. Universitas Tarumanagara mengedepankan nilai integritas, profesionalisme, dan entrepreneurship. Untar untuk Indonesia.
Untar selalu di hati.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is our campus. Please come to our campus. Well, for the plenary session, we have 3 speakers. The first speaker is Dr. Torker from Curtin University, Australia, and the second is Dr. Philbert Juwono, Curtin University, Malaysia, and the third speaker is Professor Dr. Mahazir Ishak. And our moderator, Ibu Susi Azari. Ibu Susi finished her bachelor from Universitas Pajajaran and her master from Institute of Social Studies, The Hague, Holland, and Murdoch University, Perth, Australia. Okay, Ibu Susi, now time is yours until 12 o'clock, including question and answer. Please welcome Ibu Susi.
Thank you. Professor Mahazir bin Ishak, Dr. Torker, Dr. Philbert Hilman Juwono, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Susi, and for the next couple of hours, I will be the moderator for this session. Please excuse me for using a mask because currently I'm at the university. We are indeed very lucky because today we will listen to presentation from 3 speakers who are very famous in their respective fields. First of all, Bapak Dr. Torker, because he speaks fluently in Bahasa Indonesia. He is a senior lecturer at School of Media, Creative Arts, Social Inquiry at Faculty of Humanities, Curtin University in Australia. Hello, Bapak Dr. Torker. His books, some of us may be already familiar with, are first, To the Beach, Community Conservation and its Role in Sustainable Development. And another book is Setting Up the Nyongar 10 Embassy, a report on Perth media. Pak Dr. Torker also a guest editor for Kulaba journal in Australia, and his essay have been published in many prestigious journals. Secondly is Bapak Dr. Philbert Hilman Juwono. He is now a lecturer at Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at Curtin University in Malaysia. He finished his doctoral degree at the University of Western Australia in Electrical and Electronic Engineering. Bapak Juwono also awarded with awards and honors. Last but not least, Professor Mahazir bin Ishak. He is now Dean of Faculty of Mechanical and Automotive Engineering Technology at University Malaysia in Pahang. He finished his bachelor, master, and PhD engineering in Japan. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, in my hand now, I have 6 sets of Mr. Ishak current CV. He is very well known in the field of manufacturing, process welding, and laser application. We will listen to his presentation through a pre-recorded video. Each speaker will have to present his paper in 30 minutes, followed by questions. As for questions, participants are welcome to write down his or her question in Google form, which provided by the committee. The rundown is as follows. First, Dr. Torker, will present his paper, followed by Dr. Philbert Hilman Juwono, and then Professor Mahazir bin Ishak. Bapak Dr. Torker, the floor is yours. Halo Bapak Dr. Torker, apa kabar?
Hello, terima kasih Ibu Susi, Dr. Susi.
Baik,
Thank
Pak.
you for your time. Can you hear me okay?
Ya, waktu Bapak 30 menit. Let me speak in English. You have
Yeah.
30 minutes to present your paper, Is that enough, Bapak?
Yeah,
Enough?
that's enough.
And
Terima
then the
kasih, Kat.
participant will ask you questions through a Google form submitted by the committee. So the floor is yours. Anytime when you're ready, Bapak Dr.
Okay,
Torker.
terima kasih, Dr. Susi.
Sama-sama.
Saudara-saudara yang terhormat, terima kasih kepada Dr. Hugang dan Profesor Dr. Insinyur Agustinus Purnawirawan dan Komite Conference di UNTA untuk undangan berpresentasi hari ini. Okay, I'm speaking from Perth today in Wajak Noongar country in the southwest of Western Australia, and pay my respect to Indigenous elders past and present here, and also throughout Indonesia. The topic that I will talk about today, or the title for my presentation, is Analysis and Intervention in the Time and Space of Environmental Crisis. What I'll attempt to do today is to discuss a project that we researched and created in Perth in late 2021 and early 2022, called Far Near Future Now, which was all about applying temporal and spatial theories from environmental humanities and screen studies, as well as research methods from cultural studies and anthropology, in combination with creative production methods from screen arts and fine arts. And I thought this would be an appropriate thing to talk about, given the focus on applied technology and applied theories in today's conference. It also gives me an opportunity to talk about the shift that's been occurring really over the last 2 decades at Curtin in humanities, away from a standard thesis towards more of a model where there's a project and an exegesis. So we're increasingly exploring and experimenting with media technologies and media systems more broadly, in the kind of Derridian sense of teletechnology, or the artifactuality through which the actual is constructed and consumed. We're, I guess, testing our theories through creative production a lot more than perhaps we used to 10, 20 years ago. So what I'd like to do is to share my screen, and hopefully you'll be able to, because it's a very visual presentation, and also towards the end of the presentation there'll be a short video which hopefully you will all be able to hear. I'll just try sharing my screen now. Okay. Ibu Susi, would you mind confirming that you can see my screen? Okay, hopefully you're looking at a PowerPoint screen where you can see an image in the form of Princess Leia pointing towards an object, which is a sculpture, effectively an audiovisual installation that we installed at John Curtin Gallery. This is the work called Far Near Future Now, and it was created by myself, one of my PhD students, Raymond Grenfell, Dr. Hafizah Rahman from Architectural Visualization was involved, as was Dr. Maureen Boyle, who had done a lot of work around environmental policy and energy policy in Australia and in Cambodia. And the project was also engaged Richard Eames from Black Cyclone Film Effects in Perth. Okay, what the context of the project was the terrible fact in Western Australia that the state's carbon emissions were 21% higher it was reported in 2021 that the state's emissions were 21% higher than the 2005 levels. This was the only state in Australia where emissions had gone up, whereas the national target obviously was to try to reduce emissions from the 2005 level. But due to strong growth in mining and exports and increased emissions from stationary energy and fugitives from oil and gas development, carbon emissions continued to rise, and quite substantially, in Western Australia. The single biggest emitter, or the single largest project to emit carbon in Western Australia, was Woodside's Northwest Shelf project. And this is in the sea between Western Australia and Indonesia in that Indian Ocean region. The Woodside has increasingly been the target from criticism from environmentalists, subject to court cases. One of its biggest planned projects, the James Price Point project, was stalled through activist action in Broome in the northwest of Western Australia, and also was blocked in the Supreme Court back in 2013. So although Woodside is by far the biggest emitter as a single company in Western Australia, and it has the biggest emissions project in its gas field on the Northwest Shelf, the company is very successful, highly profitable, and a major sponsor and contributor to life in Western Australia and Perth. Its key, almost focal opponent at the moment would be Extinction Rebellion, which is part of the worldwide Extinction Rebellion movement that emerged out of the UK several years ago, and now has chapters around the world, and may have a chapter or chapters in places like Indonesia. What we were particularly interested in for our research was thinking about the spatial and temporal scales of representation by Woodside and by its key components, in order to think about how environmental policy emerges and is legitimized between these representations of different spatial and temporal realities. So on the left, if we think about Extinction Rebellion, these are the homepage. This is from the homepage of Extinction Rebellion a few days ago. You can see that it's, if you know Perth, you'll see that it's Perth-based. It involves a large crowd of people. And of its 4 key buttons on its website there, one of the key buttons is Stop the Scarborough Gas Field, which is a Woodside's major project that's coming up and will increase emissions substantially more in future. Meanwhile, the Woodside homepage a few days ago represented a trio of workers walking through one of their facilities, suggesting kind of ordinary colleagues and gender and ethnic diversity and a kind of a human involvement in industrial processes in Australia. The other distinction, besides the kind of the crowd versus the individual distinction between the two websites, is that in the text, Extinction Rebellion is arguing, to quote them, "We must act now, mass extinction crisis is occurring now." So there's an immediacy in Extinction Rebellion representation. Meanwhile, at Woodside, the goal is to build a better future. So the crisis, the environmental crisis, is a way off into the future in that corporate representation, which is very normal and typical of energy policy or corporate representation in that sector. So in order to understand some of these tensions between the activist community and the corporate gas producing community, there's a really useful thread of literature that we could look back through to, going back to around the early 1990s with Audrey Albert de la Brue's research on the political construction of technology, nuclear waste disposal in the United States. And de la Brue's made the argument that the crisis in dealing with nuclear waste technology was dealt with, at least at a policy level in the United States, through the fact that the Atomic Energy Regulator basically started articulating the nuclear waste crisis as an issue of the future that would be solved by future technologies that would arrive in time in order to deal with nuclear waste when it became a more substantial issue, when more waste was produced through power generation. So de la Brue's basically demonstrated that a legitimate policy could be created by controlling the representation of the scale of an environmental problem, and by arguing that a future problem will be solved by a future technology before the problem becomes a massive problem. So since that time, there's been a lot of research, including my own research, on the play of different scales around environmental representation, how different communities might argue that a project should not be approved because of a current and local environmental problem, whereas often the corporate approach is to argue that if we think globally and we think in the next 50 years, this is actually a solution to a broader, longer problem. So in order to understand how these representations work and work through narrative, particularly public narrative, it's been really useful for us to look at science fiction representation, where you have the future described, and to understand where that comes from. And we can see, at least in the case of Western Australia, there's a close correlation between the science fiction space, which very much comes out of colonialism, about a person going on an adventure to a foreign land and returning, after successful engagement in that foreign or strange place. We can see that kind of space and some of that narrative is coming through in the narrative around mining, oil and gas development, which is very much about exploration, going to new places, finding new things, being successful, making something positive. And we also see that in Australia's policy papers and plans from government about emissions reduction. So we can make sense of it, and we could understand it within a textual written format. And increasingly, we've been studying this using theories from screen arts. Particularly, the useful books would be like the book by Zachary Horton that you can see there, The Cosmic Zoom, which argues that we need to, in order to overcome certain problems, we've got to think about how different scales are negotiated, and to think in a much more trans-scalar manner. This has also been an argument that's been made in environmental humanities and by environmental philosophers or natural philosophers in recent years, who are arguing that in order to deal with environmental crisis effectively, we have to think in terms of a different kind of species time or geological time, and different kind of time and spatial time frames, from maybe a microorganism scale right through to a kind of planetary scale, and think about how these different scales are negotiated in public discourse. There's also been an argument made from philosophers such as Stephen Mukey that we need to rethink our scales, perhaps in order to let go of our attachments, to focus on being rather than on having, so to kind of move away from consumer culture. And this movement away from consumer culture in some way relies on thinking about scales differently. So that's where the theory comes from, or some of those arguments come from. Thanks to Hafizah Rahman, who you can see his picture in the top left corner, when an opportunity came around to build an installation for an exhibition on visualizing energy futures in Western Australia, we came up with the idea of producing a reflective pyramid that could sit on a telephone or an iPad, which had been done by engineers and scholars in fields of medical visualization. We took that idea and we thought we'd scale it up in order to build something at the scale of the Princess Leia hologram in George Lucas's Star Wars from 1977. And the idea of using this scale and this kind of image was to play with a narrative, a science fiction narrative that everybody understood, or that was commonly understood, at least in Western Australia, in order to get viewers to the gallery or people coming into this space to think about how very old science fiction narratives are embedded in our understandings, and maybe enable us to be interpolated in certain ways. So our purpose, if you like, was to draw attention between the blurred line between fact and fiction, particularly in visualization of future, of energy futures. So we took this, this pyramid design, if you like, that had been built for telephones and iPads in medical sciences, and scaled it up to the size of a television, a 55-inch television, and a transparent acrylic pyramid, which we fabricated for this project. The reason for using these two materials was that acrylic was widely available, transparent acrylic, during COVID-19. It was going into all the retail stores. And we also thought about the kind of the abundance of screens in our culture now, and perhaps the superfluous screen of the television. So we wanted to also, through this project, to get people thinking about everyday technologies around them, and then using those technologies in different ways to think through issues. So when coming into this project, my role was very much to think about applications of literary and screen arts theory, about space and time in representations of scientific solutions to future environmental problems. Raymond, my PhD student, was involved because he was working with Extinction Rebellion activists to look at how they use platform media. What was interesting with Raymond's research is he was having trouble getting members of Extinction Rebellion to go on file for audio interview, because Raymond comes from a radio background, community radio background. But the moment we said, look, we're thinking of building a hologram in the form of Princess Leia, suddenly there was an enthusiasm from Extinction Rebellion members, and they said, well, we're not interested in being recorded for a radio broadcast, but we are really interested in being recorded on video for a pseudo hologram in the form of Star Wars. So Star Wars kind of had a broad appeal and a broad draw that involved a lot of people in the project, and also got the gallery enthusiastic about the work that we were doing. So it pays to engage with science fiction. It was one finding that we got from the research. So within Curtin Studios, we asked the members of Extinction Rebellion to come in, and we shot them on green screen one afternoon, and we asked them a set of questions to do with Raymond's research on platform capitalism and social media for his PhD project. And then I asked them a set of questions in a kind of open, semi-structured way, a set of questions about the newly released future energy transition plan that had just been released by the Australian government. This was under the Scott Morrison Australian government. And you'll get to hear some of their comments later in this presentation. But it was also, the other thing that was interesting about taking the activists and shooting them on green screen and building a hologram is it enabled us to engage with theories that have been emerging around creative darkness, of using film noir to think about everyday attachments around environmental issues. And there's kind of an emerging turn, or kind of a transcalar turn emerging in environmental humanities that deal with that. So it enabled us to deal with some of the film theory that we could see coming through scholarly papers and PhD thesis in this field as well. So we built this fabricated acrylic pyramid, placed it on top of a television, and we edited a file, basically 4 sets of a video file, built to be reflected basically off this pyramid, and it creates an effect. So if you move around this installation on either of the sides, you will see this kind of 3-dimensional effect, and it's actually a very simple and cheap effect to produce, and it's using everyday technology. So we're just using a data stick playing an MP4 file at the bottom of the television that produces this effect. And what we wanted to do, the work was installed at the Enegaya exhibition at John Curtin Gallery from March to May 2022. And we know that galleries only reach limited audiences, and our work won't have a massive impact in terms of being an immediate contribution to environmental discourse in Western Australia, but we do think it helped us to rethink about representation of environmental crisis and so the narrative structures and use of scales in those representations. And I think it also helped people coming to the exhibition to think about the environmental crisis in terms of the technologies through which that crisis is read and the narratives through which we understand this crisis and the things that we're asked to do by media in relation to this crisis. So our idea with the presentation was to position Extinction Rebellion a bit like the Rebel Alliance in Star Wars. So for the Star Wars fans, if you remember, Princess Leia was the leader of the Rebel Alliance, and she made a very famous appeal to Obi-Wan Kenobi to come and lead or join the rebellion in preventing planetary destruction and chaos. So it was a very nice alliance between Star Wars film and the Extinction Rebellion movement in terms of those titles that could be used, and people could understand those. So really what we wanted to do through this exhibition work was to encourage agency and viewers in getting involved, not just in consuming and sharing and producing media for platform social media such as for Instagram and TikTok, but to really think about the space and their movement within the space within which they consume and engage with technology. To start thinking about themselves a little bit as the platformed subject, as being subjected to platform capitalism, and think about perhaps the lack of progress in resolving environmental crisis. If we think about 2005 as the benchmark for carbon emissions, in 2006 Facebook came out, and we've had a lot of social media since that time, but we've still got that persisting environmental problem. So it's about encouraging viewers to really think about teletechnology, or at least the media system processes of producing actuality, of producing the actual that we come and know and understand through media. So I won't show the whole far near future now video, which played within a 5-minute loop under this sculpture. Just enough to say that it's introduced by a cosmic zoom into Earth, into the northwest of Western Australia, where we hear the voice of Noongar elder and activist protesting at a blockade to prevent a gas development. So we start immediately with a kind of a juxtaposition between the cosmic zoom, which is very far away, and this voice that's very, very close, dealing with an immediate issue of preventing bulldozers coming onto a site. So mimicking the holographic plea by Princess Leia in the Rebel Alliance and Star Wars, far near future now appeals for viewer agency in a struggle against planetary destruction. And in this holographic projection, the cosmic zoom into Naluma country is cut short by the transmission of future energy plans from the Scott Morrison government, which are in turn then disrupted by members of Extinction Rebellion and their appeals for immediate action. And I'll just play the part where the Extinction Rebellion members start to cut across and disrupt the broadcast.
It's empty. It hasn't got any substance at all. It's just a cop-out, in my view.
Help us, near future now. You're our only hope.
Their net zero plan is pretty disgraceful, if you can call it a plan. And I was trying to have a think about how to summarise that. I guess it comes down to two main things, and one being that it's economically and financially irresponsible, and two, that they're relying on technology that's not proven and not viable. Spending money in new infrastructure for fossil fuels to transition to renewables is ridiculous. As far as the economy goes, we're going to be left with a stranded asset. So while it may be good for the profits of a few people today, it's our children that will be left with these stranded assets. So far, all of the movement we've seen towards renewables has been based on the citizens' own actions, which is the uptake of solar. carbon capture and storage. It hasn't been proved yet how well it works. We don't know what the safety and efficiency of it all is, and if it is a viable thing.
When I hear them talking about gas-led transitions, I just get so angry. They are morally repugnant. Their policies at the moment will do nothing but increase the level of CO2 and methane going into the atmosphere. And if they follow that trajectory, there's no way that they can possibly meet the targets that they say they're going to meet. The fundamental problem is that they're being paid by the big corporates. It's quite fortunate that power generated from renewables is by far the cheapest of all power sources at the moment. It's just astonishing that the governments and the coal-producing corporates just don't come on board and develop these things. The government needs right now, immediately, without any time to waste, to start implementing programs that will upgrade the electricity networks, that will provide social support for people who may lose employment over the changes and the transitions. They need to build all sorts of infrastructure. There's plenty of technology there that's tried and works. There's nothing to stop the government from, or the corporations from implementing these processes. The thing that's really missing at the moment is leadership.
Please, pioneer a future now. There are things that we can't sacrifice. So we need to check in on each other as well. We generate our communities. Keep looking after everything is by looking after each other. You can't walk past and go about your life and think it's nothing to do with you, or it won't impact you, or you can't do anything, because as a whole, we can do something, and we all have to do a little bit, our own part. Don't feel powerless. That's what all these big companies and things that are destroying the earth want us to feel. This is going to take all of us. If you feel strongly about the destruction that continues to happen to our native environment, to ancient cultural sites, if that upsets you, then help us. Please do something. Come out on the streets.
We are just ordinary people from all walks of life who are incredibly and sadly very concerned about the future of our children.
Anything short of being disruptive to key parts of the system at this point in history is pretty much a death sentence. It's not going to shift fast enough unless there's a very real material threat to that kind of entrenched power.
Okay, so hopefully you would have caught it from that video that when listening to individuals from Extinction Rebellion removed from the context of, say, an active street protest where they're, say, at a picket line or up against the line of police and filmed on television within the kind of the chaos, apparent chaos of environmental action. What we're hoping to do through this work is to show that if we change the kind of the format around, or the frame around the character, the rationality of the character can come through and be transformed so that the viewer, if you like, can understand the rationality of the character. And that's one of our aims through this research. And here are a few of the references that we used. And hopefully one day we'll be able to set this up in Indonesia and show this kind of installation in a place like Indonesia, or encourage our colleagues in Indonesia to do this kind of work as well. Okay, I'll just stop sharing my screen. And hopefully you've got me back. And we're at 29 minutes, I hope, so I'm ready to take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Torker. Beautiful presentation, very impressive. And now for question and answer session. As for participant, if you want to ask Dr. Torker a question, please scan the barcode or go to the chat room. Actually, Dr. Torker, I have one question. but it's not finished yet. From Ridwan Herianto, the question is very simple. I want to study mechanical engineer. Is that your question, Mr. Ridwan Hedrianto? I think it's not finished. What do you mean? But maybe you can elaborate, Bapak Dr. Torker, if Mr. Ridwan Hedrianto want to study mechanical engineer, is it your field to answer the question?
Thank you. It was Dr. Susie and Ridwan. Look, I think one of the other speakers coming after me would be far more better equipped to answer that question. All I could say is that from my university's perspective at Curtin, we're very focused on engineering, partly because of those big mining and oil and gas industries in Western Australia. So it's a very good place to study engineering in Western Australia in general, and Curtin would certainly be enthusiastic to have another bright PhD student, I'm sure. But I can't help you any more than that. Thank you.
Yeah, I have the same opinion, Bapak Dr. Torker. I have another question from Santa Elisa. This is your question. Good morning, sir. How much does the thermal insulation of the building reduce the impact of carbon emission? Can you get the question?
Mm-hmm. I get the question, and I'd have to speak from a former life when I was involved with a journal called Future Arc, which was more to do with built environment design. I guess it really depends on which climate you're in, but if you're in a climate with extreme temperatures, such as, say, close to the Arctic Circle or Antarctic, obviously having a highly insulated building with limited airflow, it can reduce you can almost reduce your energy consumption or your heating bill to very little. Obviously in the tropics, or perhaps in Western Australia, it's more about, it's not just about the insulation, but it's about the passive solar properties of the building. So being open to, say, for us in Perth, we have to be open to the coastal winds that come through in the afternoon from the southwest. So we need to insulate our buildings, but also open them to afternoon sea breeze if we want to get a good energy performance. And I guess the other lesson from Western Australia around energy is that we know that solar panels are being really effective because it's so sunny here. So, for instance, on my house, I have a small bank of solar panels, and from that I can recharge my hybrid car, which is a plug-in electric and motorized car. So I don't buy any petrol anymore. I might buy 15 liters every 3 months of fuel now. That would be my fuel consumption. So having a house that's well designed to take advantage of the environment around it, and also then having a solar panels on the roof and the opportunity to not just use those panels to produce energy for your home and your office operations, but also to power your car. That seems to work really, really well at the moment in Western Australia.
Thank you, Dr. Torker. I think that is final. I don't get any question. Oh, there come again. Chandra Wardani from Faculty of Engineering Untar. Greetings, sirs. This is not a question, but quite a little comment to state. Your idea on the holographic pyramid is quite similar to what I used to meet back in the last past year, but quite a basic craft out of, sorry, sir. Let me read it again. Bukan. Yeah. Your idea on the holographic pyramid is quite similar to what I used to meet back in the past years, but quite a basic craft out of quite sorry, Bapak Dr. Torker, but a basic craft out of hard plastic. So the question, the ladies just want to have your comment about her
Yep.
her projects on the holographic pyramids. Thank you. Sorry for the problems. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Susie, and thanks, Chandra Wadani. You hit the nail on the head. The idea was for us to use an everyday technology and to try and maybe introduce a model of working which is already being used at smaller scales, at the kind of the iPad scale with using transparency plastic, to build something a little bit bigger. We wanted to test that, but also use everyday materials, particularly the acrylic that's used in retail to protect cashiers from COVID-19, because there was an abundant supply of that. So you're quite right. We want to try and use everyday materials and encourage students and other people to create their own short holographic films, but to do it around environmental issues, and particularly in Western Australia, to think about if you live near, say, a local mine site, or you're involved in that industry in some ways, to come up with a representation and think about some of the environmental arguments around that industry in relation to science fiction production. So the whole purpose was to use everyday available materials and techniques that students could use, or people, artists in the local community could use. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Torker, another question. What is the highest contributor to carbon emission in Aussie?
Well, I'd say it would be our gas industries, our offshore, at least in Western Australia by far, we know it's from gas industries. And then further down you get like the aluminium smelters. Aluminium production is really high. And then lower down you have mining and kind of petroleum production. They're the obvious, because they're very big projects and they're the obvious emitters. If we think about things differently, obviously transport and construction would be the biggest emissions from kind of any kind of economic activity. Construction, cement production is really high, and transport is really far higher than it should be. We're very reliant on the motor car in Australia, and can do a lot more with alternative forms of transport. One of the problems we have, and Indonesia shares this problem, I think every country, at least there's been research out of University of Western Australia on infrastructure spending, and we can see that 84% of infrastructure spending in countries around the Indian Ocean region, from Africa through Southeast Asia to Australia, 84% of all construction budget goes towards road building, traditional roads. And that's the biggest challenge, I guess, is moving away from road construction into other forms of infrastructure that would support a renewable energy economy. But it's very difficult, because that road construction is very political and tends to play well for governments around elections, and it gives you an immediate economic boost. So that's the big challenge, I think, for Australia and other countries, is how do we get away from spending all that money on roads and move it into other sectors.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Torker. I don't think there is any participant anymore to ask questions. So this is the time to give you a certificate as our highest appreciation for your presentation. the committee will give the A certificate to Dr. Torker already. There you are. Can you see it, Dr. Torker, your certificate? There you
Thank you.
are.
It's very kind of you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Torker. I hope to see you again. Thank you for a beautiful presentation. Say
Thank
hello
you.
to everybody in Perth. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, thank you. Next, we will listen to the presentation of Dr. Filbert Hilman Juwono from Curtin University in Malaysia. Dr. Filbert Juwono, you have 30 minutes to present your papers.
Okay, thank you, Bu Susi. Am I audible?
Yeah.
So I will share my slides. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, good morning. To share my research work at the Tarumanagara International Conference on the Applications of Technology and Engineering, TICATE 2022. Before my sharing session, so I would like to briefly introduce you Curtin University, Malaysia. So actually, just before my talk, Dr. Thor is also affiliated with Curtin University, Australia. So actually, there are no two Curtin universities. Curtin Malaysia is actually the largest international campus and global hub in Asia. All right, so we are located in Miri, Sarawak. Yeah, if you know the Malaysia region, yeah, we have two parts, right? In the west and then in east. The east part is located in the Borneo or Kalimantan island. So yeah, this is our campus. Yeah, so it's very close to Brunei Darussalam. Yeah, in fact, you only have 30 minutes by car, yeah, from our university to the border of the Brunei Darussalam. And then actually, Curtin has 4 offshore campuses. Yeah, one in the Mauritius, Malaysia, in Singapore, and also in Dubai. And then the main campus of Perth, Australia. In Malaysia, we have 3 faculties and 2 schools. Yeah, we have Faculty of Engineering and Science, Faculty of Business, Faculty of Humanities and Health Sciences, Curtin Malaysia Graduate School, School of Professional Advancement and Continuing Education. And then for your information that we already have an MOU with Universitas Tarumanagara. So I think we invite you to visit our university. Okay, right. Now my talk, we talk about the biomedical applications, actually, machine learning for biomedical applications. So recently, the use of machine learning in biomedical applications has been tremendous. So we expect that machine learning can help doctors or specialists to diagnose patient health in the future, especially in the remote areas, right? Like in Indonesia or maybe in Malaysia, we also have remote areas where doctors are not available. So it is very difficult for the people living in that area to access the good medical service. So by using the machine learning, we expect that we can overcome that issues, right? So usually we have 3 diagnostic tools used for the biomedical diagnosis or maybe biomedical applications. Okay, the first tool is the images. Okay, so it is like a CT scan or maybe ultrasonography images. And then the second one, biomarkers like your glucose level, or maybe for cancer is the CA125 biomarkers, and also your physical conditions. So in this sharing session, I will share my research using images and also biomarkers, uh, uh, to diagnose or maybe to be useful in biomedical applications. Okay, this is the first topic. Is about the embryo grade prediction for in vitro fertilization. Okay, so actually the research has been published in Advances in Visual Computing in 2019, and also in a book chapter in 2021. Okay, my collaborators are from Japan and also from Indonesia, because we use we obtain the images from one of the hospitals in Yogyakarta. So we also involve Dr. Hanum here, Fauzia Hanum here, right? So actually, she helped us to classify the embryo level. Okay. Yeah, so this is the brief introduction about the in vitro fertilization. So IVF is an assisted reproductive treatment to facilitate pregnancy process. In fact, the success of IVF is still low because it is influenced by the goodness of the embryos. So in this research, we use day 3 embryos images. Yeah, actually, the embryo images are taken by using embryo microscope. So you can see the images of an embryo here. So we have 3 images here. In the left, we have an excellent embryo, and then the middle one, this one is the moderate grade, and then the right one, this one is the poor grade of the embryos. So actually, the quality of embryo depends on three factors. The first one is the number of cells. Second one is blastomere, and then the fragmentation. So of course, this one is out of my beyond my expertise. That's why we involve one medical doctor in our research. Yeah. So actually the embryo grade. Yeah, we have 5 grades of embryo. Yeah, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, and grade 5. But for this research, we modify the grade. Okay, we only have 3 grades now. Yeah, the grades are excellent, moderate, and poor. So actually, the grade 3 and 4 and 5 are classified as poor embryos, right? Okay, so for the excellent and moderate, we grade. Yeah, the embryos must have 7 to 8 cells, and then they must have similar blastomere. And then for the excellent, the fragmentation must be less than 5%. And then for the second grade, the fragmentation should be between 5% and 15%. Okay, and then other than that, yeah, if the number of cells is below 7, so we classify them as poor. Okay. This is our proposed method actually. So we use image processing filters, and also the filters will be selected through a binary factor here. So as you can see that the input of the system is the image of embryo here, and then the image of the embryo is input to several image filters. Later on, we will see what kind of filters we use. Yeah, and OP means that we do not use filter here, so no operations. Yeah, so NOP stands for no operations. So this is just similar to the same as the input actually here. Okay, and then this one is the, if you can see, yeah, this one is the the sampling by the refractors. So actually, we select which filter we will use. Yeah. So 0 means that we do not use this filter, for example. Yeah. If this one is 0, it means that the sharpened filter here, the output of the sharpened filter here is not used. Yeah, it's not input to the CNN model here. But 1 here means that we use this output, yeah, as the input to the CNN model here. And then we input the output of the selection block here to the CNN model, and then we observe the expected loss, yeah, as the function here, yeah, and then from this loss we update the CNN weight as well as we update the distribution. So we to give the best distribution. So which filters are selected and then which filter are not selected, right? That's the concept actually. Yeah. So actually, this is the algorithm for the proposed method. So we have the training data here and also hyperparameters. Yeah, and then we do some loopings here until the stopping criterion is met. Yeah, so perhaps this one is too complicated to be discussed here. So yeah, I suggest you to read the paper, right? And then basically we have 6 types of filters. Yeah, we use actually these filters are common filters. Yeah, we use the median filter, Gaussian filter, Sobel filter. We use the vertical and horizontal, and then Laplacian filter, sharpening filter, and blur filter. Okay, and then for each filter, we use 3 times 3 and 5 times 5, right? Yeah. So actually, we have 3 times 3 kernel and 5 times 5 kernel. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 15 for the filter, and then plus 1 without filter. So we have 15 what do you call it? 15 selections, right? Yeah, 15 selection here. Okay, in this part. So for the data set, we have around 245 excellent embryos, and then we have around 600 moderate embryos, and then only 533 poor embryos here. So as you can see that the data set is not balanced, especially for the excellent one, because we obtain the data from a hospital, so it is not one. Okay, so we have 1 all, so it means that we select all filters, and then random, so we put probability of 0.5 for the selection here. So sometimes, yeah, so actually from the 15, so actually around 7 filters will be selected, yeah, but we don't know which filter because it's random. Okay, and then the last one, we use the joint optimization. So this is our proposed method. And then you can see that the test error for our proposed method is the lowest, yeah, among the other methods. Okay, and then you can see that the random test error is the worst. Okay, for the all filters and the random, all filters and no filter, the performance is comparable, right? Okay, so this is the confusion matrix of the proposed method, right? So this is the proposed method, confusion matrix. So this one is no filter, yeah, all filter, and then this one is for random. Okay, and then as you can see that on the right hand side here, we have embryo images with the output of the filter here. And then the number inside the bracket shows the probability, the selection probability. So it means that our proposed method says that the sharpen filter 3 times 3, and then for example sharpen filter 5 times 5 is 93% selected a lot of the time. So actually this filter, this kind of filter is very useful for detecting the grade of the embryos, right? And then also the Sobel filter, Sobel vertical Sobel 3 times 3, and this one is vertical Sobel 5 times 5, horizontal Sobel 3 times 3. This one is horizontal Sobel 5 times 5, and then median filter 3 times 3, and median filter 5 times 5. For example, for the Gaussian 5 times 5 is very rare. The selection is very rare. It's around only 1.5. 0.1, so it's around 0.1. The probability is 0.1. Yes, very it's around 10%, right? This one is 7% for the Gaussian 3 times 3, and so on. Okay. So what I can say that the relatively the same accuracy, we have the same accuracy, relatively the same accuracy for all scenarios for excellent grade embryos. And then excellent embryos tend to predict it as moderate. So it can be seen from the confusion matrix here. And then the probability that excellent embryos are graded as poor embryos, and vice versa, is very low. So from the embryologist's point of view, it does not give adverse effect, as both moderate and excellent embryos can be transferred. So they use the moderate and excellent embryos. One thing is why the excellent embryos tend to be predicted as moderate. The reason is because of this. You can see that the number of the excellent embryos is only maybe not. Is about half of the moderate embryos, right? So this one is actually, we can say that the data set is not balanced. That's why we have maybe not so good results for differentiating the moderate and the excellent grade. But the point is, from the embryologist's point of view, we don't care whether the embryo is excellent or moderate. We can use the excellent and moderate grade embryos. Okay, so actually we only eliminate the poor embryos here. Okay, and then for the future research, perhaps we can use generative adversarial network to generate more data for the excellent embryos. And then we are actually, my team is doing doing the research about how to improve how to differentiate between the excellent and the moderate embryos here. Because once again the number is less for the excellent embryos. All right, and then this is the second research I want to share. It's about ovarian cancer detection using optimized machine learning models with adaptive differential evolution. So this paper has been published in Biomedical Signal Processing and Control journal. And then in this research, we use biomarkers as the diagnostic tool. So the previous one, we use images for predicting the embryo grades, but now we use biomarkers for detecting the ovarian cancer. So ovarian cancer belongs to gynecological cancer, which is one of the most common causes of death and 7 most common cancer being diagnosed in women. Most of the patients' survival rate can be between 26 and 42% after 5 years of diagnosis. The symptoms of ovarian cancer include abdominal bloating, early satiety, nausea, abdominal distension, change in bowel functions, urinary symptoms, back pain, fatigue, and loss of weight. As you can see, that the symptoms are very general. Yeah, that's why it's very difficult to determine whether someone has ovarian cancer or not. Yeah, from the maybe the biomarkers. Okay. A common reason why most ovarian cancer patients are diagnosed in the advanced stage is due to the absence of proper screening tests, which is effective in detecting the disease. As I mentioned previously, that the symptoms are very general, right? And then biomarkers has been applied for the detection of cancers in 1965 because biomarkers can be easily detected in blood or urine of the patients. Yeah, and it is the ideal method to be used for the early detection of ovarian cancer. You can see we have around 47, actually 45 biomarkers and 2 physical properties, yeah, for diagnosing ovarian cancer. Yeah, so the most important one is this one, right? This is the CA125. So this one is the most common biomarker you test, yeah, when you want to know whether you have the cancer cells inside your blood or not. Yeah, and then maybe this one is CA19, 9, yeah, 19, 9, and then yes, actually we use 45 biomarkers, right? The research contribution in this paper is, there are 3 contributions actually. The first one is we want to reduce the feature, yeah, because as you can see that we have 47 features, and then this one is result in very complex machine learning algorithm actually. Yeah, so we aim to reduce the features, and then we have simultaneous approach in feature weighting and parameter optimization using stochastic algorithm. Yeah, so we use stochastic algorithm. In this research, we use the adaptive differential evolution. So, yeah, and then the third one, we use the cross-validation error and the lasso, yeah, as the fitness function, yeah, and then we aim to increase the generalization, the machine learning. Yeah. Okay. We use 2 data sets actually. The first data set includes data from 235 patients collected between July 2011 and July 2017. And then the second data set contains data from 114 patients collected between August 2017 and July 2018. So the data sets are publicly available. Yeah, you can download from the, maybe if I'm not mistaken, from GitHub, right? And then the data set actually are used by this researcher, yeah. And then, but the weakness of this, not weakness, but I can say that the method they use is that they separate. Yeah, the first data set is used for training, and the second data set is used for testing. So in our point of view, that one is quite misleading because we need to mix. Yeah, we need to use random data, yeah, for the testing and for the training. Yeah, so actually in our research we combine the first data set and the second data set, and then we do splitting. Yeah, 70% for the training and 30% for the testing. Yeah, and then we use 2 classifiers. We use the KNN and support vector machine with the RPF kernel. And then the SVM parameters, the optimized SVM parameters, and also KNN are obtained by using the stochastic method, yeah, which is the adaptive differential evolution algorithm. Yeah. Okay, the detail of the algorithm is very common. Yeah, so you can see you can read many papers, yeah, about the differential evolution algorithm. Yeah, we use the adaptive because we actually in the conventional differential evolution, we need to fine tune the parameters, right? In the adaptive, it is automatically fine tuned, yeah, the parameters. Okay. So this is the fitness function. So we include the cross validation error here. We include the cross validation error, and also this one is to set the regularization, and this one is the lasso. Okay, lasso of the L1 norm. Yeah. And then we choose the regularization constant 0.01 to maintain a balance between reducing the feature weights and also optimizing cross validation error. But later on, we will try also another other values of the regularization constant here. Okay, and then the features are normalized using min-max algorithm here, and then the features are weighted here. So this is the weight, right? This is the feature. The X is the feature, and then the W here is the weight. The weight is optimized, yeah, by using the ADE. Okay, that's why we have the encoding here. Yeah, the encoding for the KNN is this. The solution will be the feature weights, and then for the SVM, the solution will be the feature weight plus the SVM parameters. Yeah, we have two SVM parameters, right? And then the first one is the box constraint parameter, and the second one is the RPF parameter. Remember that we use the RPF kernel, so we need to optimize the parameter. And then this one is the result. This is the weight, yeah, when we do not use the regularization, yeah. So it can be seen that the weights are not reduced here when we use a zero regularization. And then when you compare with if we use the 0.01 regularization, yeah, you can see that there are some features having almost zero values here, something like this one, right? Okay, this one, okay, this one also, this one, right? So actually, the average weight for feature number 7, this one is number 7, yeah, number 16 here, 24 here, right? And then number 27, yeah, are 0, yeah, almost 0 or almost 0. That it means that we can exclude them in the as the input, right? As the input for the machine learning, yeah. Then we will see, yeah, if we exclude them, so what happened to the performance of meaning the accuracy of the system of the algorithm, right? Because we aim to have low complexity algorithm, yeah. We note that if we have so many features as the input, yeah, it means that the complexity of the system will be high. Yeah, so we don't want that one. We don't want that complex system, right? That's why we aim to reduce the features, right? Okay, so the largest weight are features number 5 here, number 5, okay, this one, and number 36 is this one, right? Okay, it has been studied in the medical literature that both alkaline phosphate and monocyte ratio are highly related to the ovarian cancer cases. That's why they have large weight, large value of the weights. Yeah, it can be justified actually, yeah, from the medical point of view. Again, this one is the fitness versus generation of permutation. I will skip that, and then okay, I will just focus on this one. So we use a KNN here. We have the weighted KNN and the non-weighted. Non-weighted meaning that just a conventional KNN, and then for the weighted KNN, we explore zero regularization and 0.01. we have slightly better compared to the without regularization. But of course, when we have the weight, we weight the features, we can see that we can perform the performance of the non-weighted machine learning. And so this one is a conventional, right? We use the features as it is, right? And then for the SVM, we can see that when we use the weighted mean here for the zero regularization, it gives you better results compared with the 0.01 regularization here. But this one is still better than the conventional SVM. Okay. We also do comparison with existing work. So the first three methods are used by the Lu, our main reference here, mentioned here. So Lu, papers they use decision tree, logistic regression, and Roma here, but they fix the train and test data set, right? As I mentioned previously. That's why they only have one trial. And then for us, because we use random train and test splitting, so we do 10 trials here, and then we have the average here. So we also try other values of regularization here, and then the point is actually we can have similar results, with the state-of-the-art research, but with smaller number of features. That's the most important one. Even better here. We can have better performance than the state-of-the-art work. With less number of features, right? Because of the optimization. Okay, so in conclusion, that machine learning has been used in many biomedical applications, and then medical images and biomarkers can be used as the input to the machine learning model. So I think so many research opportunities in the medical field, using machine learning or deep learning, or any other artificial intelligence algorithms. Okay, I think thank you. That's for all. I return to Bu Susi.
Thank you, Bapak Dr. Yuwono. Beautifully presented, very interesting. And now for question and answer session, we have one question from Miss Mevina Cintalia. She is asking you, Dr. Yuwono, is it possible to apply biomedicine to cure HIV/AIDS with your research? Thank you. Can you get the question, Bapak Dr. Yuwono?
Sorry,
Oh.
I couldn't hear.
Oh, okay. This question from Mevina Cintalia, and she was asking you, is it possible to apply biomedicine to cure HIV/AIDS?
Can you repeat the biomedical what? See,
Biomedicine to cure HIV/AIDS.
Oh, HIV, right?
Yes,
I
yes,
think
true.
as long as you can get the data, so everything can be done by using machine learning. But you make sure that you have the data, you obtain the data, what kind of detection you want to do, and then what types of the features you want to use. So as long as you can get the data, we can do the prediction or maybe detection using machine learning. So it is possible.
Interesting. I think that's all the question we have for you Dr. Yuwono.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And
everyone.
now allow us from UNTAR to present you with an A certificate as a symbol of our high appreciation for your participation as speaker. There you are.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yono. Hope to see you in Malaysia. Bye-bye for now.
Thank you. See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Dr. Yono. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our third speakers. That is Professor Mahathir bin Ishaq. As I have told you that his presentation is recorded already. So this is a pre-recorded video. Hope you can enjoy his presentation. Thank you.
Hello, good morning to all of participants at the 5th Tarumanagara International Conference on the Application of Technology and Engineering 2020. This session is for my keynote session. First of all, my name is Mahathir Ishaq. I am a professor and dean at the Faculty of Mechanical and Automotive Engineering Technology, University Malaysia, Pahang, Malaysia. I'm also a member in the manufacturing focus group and also joining welding and laser processing lab in University Malaysia, Pahang. I would like to express my gratitude to the rector of Universitas Tarumanagara Indonesia, Prof. IR Dr. Agustinus Puna Irawan, and also for the committee of TICATE 2022 for inviting me as a keynote speaker for today, this morning session. Okay, I'm now located at the Pahang district or Pahang state in the Pekan district. So this is where I'm in my university. So my university is just beside the Southeast Asia Sea. So the distance between us from Pekan here, UMP Pekan, to the Universitas Tarumanagara is I think around 1,200 kilometers. So I put a flight here, but there is no actually a direct flight from Pekan to Bandung, to Jakarta. So if I want to go to Jakarta, I have to go to the Kuala Lumpur by flight. It takes about 30 to 40 minutes. And from Kuala Lumpur to Jakarta is around 2 or 3 hours. I said 3 hours. So it's quite a very long distance from us between MP Pekan and also Universitas Tarumanagara. So actually, as a talk today, my keynote speech title is about laser texturing for super hydrophobic applications. So the content that I would like to present today is three major topics. First of all, I would like to explain a little bit why laser process is, I think, become widely used now, especially in the manufacturing process. And number two is, in order to make the hydrophobic surface, what is the character behavior of the surface that we would like to have. And topic number three, that experiment or work that I've been doing in the laser texturing for hydrophobic surface. So why laser process? Actually, I would like to explain first about the history of laser. So of course, laser start about the start is 1950s. So, but initial work can be found from Albert Einstein, that he has published a paper related to the quantum on the quantum theory of radiations. And then in 1951, Charles Hartowns has invented maser, but this maser is not based on the light, but based on the microwave. So measure mean microwave amplification by a stimulated emission of radiation. And then until up to 1957, Gordon Gould has first introduced laser light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation, but it's just some theory about that. It's not much on the real product of this laser. But until 1960, the Theodore Maiman has invented that first ever laser based on the laser source is from the ruby crystal. And this is the first laser machine or laser prototype that constructed by the Theodore Maiman. And then the invention of laser has become expanded. In 1962, new Q switch mode laser has been introduced, meaning that there are two modes. One is continuous mode laser, and another one is a pulse mode. So Q switch that you can change between these two modes, whether you want to use CW or pulse mode. So you can change between these two modes. And 1916, the first laser demo used. And 1964, that is I think the revolutionized or the much more expansion of laser machine, that Nd:YAG laser or neodymium ytterbium garnet laser. This is a kind of solid state laser, and a CO2 laser based on a gas laser, or we call it gas laser, has been invented in 1964. And after that, the use of laser in many fields, especially in manufacturing, has been extensively used by the industry. Usually in 1960 to 1996, or I should say until 2000, year 2000, these two kind of laser has dominated in the manufacturing industry using Nd:YAG laser or CO2 laser. But the main disadvantage that many people found, or industry found, that much larger power, when you use much larger power of laser, the equipment becomes much more bigger. So for example, you want to cut metal or steel, you have to use about minimum 5 to 6 kilowatt CO2 laser, very high power, maybe up to 10 kilowatt. But the machine is quite very large, and you have to put in half of the rooms just for that equipment. And then 1996, this is another, the leap of expansion of using laser when the computer technology has advanced. So the use of CNC and controller much more efficient. So the efficiency of laser, or the expansion of use of laser, has been extensively quite many at that time. But when in 2004, then there is one type of laser that we call it fiber laser, has been invented in 2004, and this laser has many advantages because it transfers. It comes from the fiber. The laser source is from the fiber, and you can make it much smaller. Although, for example, 1 kilowatt laser, you can make a very small module, compared to Nd:YAG laser and the CO2 laser that 1 kilowatt is quite large. So this single mode fiber laser, you can make a 1 kilowatt. You can have a 1 kilowatt laser, but very small in terms of equipment, and very light, very efficiency. And now the use of fiber laser become much higher compared to the Nd:YAG and CO2 laser. And the best advantage of this laser is that the maintenance is quite, I think mostly it's not much higher compared to Nd:YAG laser and CO2 laser. And then after this, since 2004 and until now, the expansion of fiber laser is become much more higher. And maybe for the next future, you can see that a lot of laser can be used in not only industry but also in the shop. It's even currently it is used in the shop. For example, people making marking, printing, and so on. So why laser? So there are a lot of advantages of laser. First of all, of course, it is non-contact. It's not involved in force processing. It's zero force processing. For example, you want to cut a metal, instead of using a wheel cutter, you can use a laser. Or because wheel cutter, it has force that you have to push the wheel cutter, and the contact between the wheel cutter and the specimen also will make some it will focus or it will involve in force. Whereas the laser no need any contact from the lens to the metal, and then it's right away touch the metal and it can hit the metal and it can cut with a high power laser. And number two is a kind of high processing speed combined with excellent reproducibility of the processing results, because now the CNC has been advanced, so you can integrate that very high efficiency CNC, and you can cut certain metal with using, now you can use fiber laser with 1 kilowatt to 2 kilowatt laser, and you can cut metal with a high speed. Compare you want to cut metal with the wheel cutter or even using the milling machine and so on. So the speed can be faster compared to the other type of machine of equipment. And number three, realization of a variety of different machining geometry without change the tool. So, for example, you want to do some cutting, cutting with the different in the different shape, geometry. Sometimes you have to change the tools. So, for example, machining, you want to make a very fine cutting or rough cutting, so you have to change the tools. Whereas for laser, you don't need. You just need that same laser source with the same laser head, and you can make cutting for every shape that you want to do or you want to fabricate. This is the kind of this is a kind of advantage of laser that not have with the other type of machine or equipment in the manufacturing process. And four is a no tool wear, of course, because if there's non-contact, it's non-contact technologies. It's from laser source, the laser light is transferred via fiber to the laser head, and from the laser head, the laser beam is focused on the metal. So there is no tool wear, of course, because non-contact. So this is quite straightforward. So when there is no contact, of course, there is no wear. When there is no wear, there is no need to find any consumables. You don't need any tools. You don't need, for example, wheel cutter. At the same time, when you use the wheel cutter to cut metal, and it will become wear, so you need to change the wheel cutter. So in laser, it's so such things, and there is no wear happen on the equipment. And then allows the processing of very hard, brittle or soft materials. So which one source only. A laser source, for example, you have a fiber laser, and you have a cutting head, and you want to cut metal like steel, you can cut with the same machine, with same head, laser head, and you can cut aluminium, and you can cut aluminium, steel, another type of like metal or ferrous or non-ferrous. You can cut just one equipment or one. There's no tool. It's one equipment, one laser head. You can cut all the metals. Of course, it depends on the power. For example, you have 2 kilowatt power of laser cutting. You can cut anything from metal, ferrous, non-ferrous. You can cut. But if you use a wheel cutter, for example, then you have to change the wheel cutter that appropriate for the kind of metal, probably hard metal and different wheel cutter, or soft metal different wheel cutter. Then this is the advantage of the laser process. And finally, excellent versatility regarding various manufacturing techniques. Of course, you can, for example, one laser machine, you can do cutting, you can do some marking on that, and then also you can do welding. For example, you have 2 kilowatt, and you can do welding and laser cutting. So there's a versatility there, and then this is the advantage of laser that now become vastly recognized by many industry players. So in laser manufacturing process, there are a lot of processes that So what I have explained just now, for example, in this graph, in these pictures, this is graph by the Zevas, MN, and Konabite by his journal, published in 2000, I forget, in 2014. So you can see that different laser power. So you can use what many process. For example, you have 100 kilowatt laser power. So you can use as what polymer welding, heat, condition welding, sintering, soldering, cutting, printing, just less than 10 watt. And you have a laser up to 10,000 watt, okay, 10 kilowatt. So you can use many things like cutting metal, welding metals, cladding, hardening, heating, brazing. So a lot of process that can be used by using lasers. So this is the versatility of lasers. So you cannot compared to other kind of equipment. So of course, if you want to much higher cost, then you need to have a high laser power, 10,000 kilowatt. Then you can cut many type of metals. Depend on the thickness of metals. Of course, 10,000 you can cut, almost anything. Non-ferrous and ferrous. Even welding, you can weld steels. You can weld aluminium. You can weld even titanium. But of course, you have to control the condition of welding. For example, you need to prevent oxidation and so on, and you have a certain machining gas and so on. So there's a vast use of process that they can be used. So this is the advantage of laser to use in the manufacturing process. So laser application, just now I just present about the laser in the manufacturing process. Actually, it can be used as many applications. Even some of you maybe has been used or has experience using it. So if you can see here, this is fiber laser. That's just, I know this is I think this is advanced fiber laser that produced in 2000, year 2000. So in fiber laser, you can use in the healthcare. For example, the kidney stone ablations to remove the kidney stone in the kidney. And then soft tissue ablation, dentistry, skin rejuvenations, and vision correction. People sometimes use for eyes. They call it LASIK, just to correct the vision of the eyes. And multiphoton microscopy in healthcare, there's been extensively used in hospitals. And then there is also used in the sensings like automotive in LiDAR. They are using what I say for autonomous car, for example, they use LiDAR in order to scan the surrounding and put in the software. And vibration measurements, instrumentations, structural health monitoring, oil gas exploration, remote gas sensing also, and wind sensing, and also military range finding. It can be used as a sensor for, of course, these fiber laser usually very low power in the sensor technology. And other, of course, in communications can be used, direct energy weapons, cinema, projection, advanced scientific, and others. And of course, about the material processing or manufacturing process, welding, 3D printing. Now there are a lot of people now study about 3D printing. Even people making a prototype of structure and so on, they can use 3D printing. And one of the machine is a laser 3D printing. Of course, just now I explained about cutting process, drilling process, and some micro machinings. And also I will like to focus on the ablation in the laser texturing, because in laser texturing we use a process of ablation in order to modify the surface of metal. So I will go to the next topic, is wetting surface behavior, based on my paper journal published before last year, 2021. It's about the influence of laser power in nanosecond laser texturing for a hydrophobic state on the stainless steel. So in the hydrophobic, of course, the surface weighting is important, and this is the main point or the main factor why the change in term of the character of the surface from the hydrophobic to the hydrophilic. You can see here when the contact angle just less than 10 degree, the super hydrophilic perfect welding weighting can be found. It means that when you put water and you drop it on the surface of flat surface, so the water will spread. The spreading of water means that the contact angle of the water is less than 10 degree. So much spreading. For example, you put one tier of water on the surface of paper. So what happens? So it will absorb, and the paper and the water will be spread. So it means that the contact angle is very small. So because the spreading happen. So, and then the contact angle is less than 90 degree and higher than 10 degree, there is a hydrophilics and high weighting. You can see that there's, for the Wenzel model and Casey model, you can see that there is a peak and valley, peak and valley, peak and valley, and you can see that this is where it come from, where the water is become purely like the shape, like round shape like that. So based on the current model of the KC model Baxter, the droplet cannot access the space of the microstructure, and however, to assure that the droplet cannot be attached to the microstructure base, the droplet height between the microstructure should be smaller than the depth in the microstructure, and the deep valley also contribute to the forming stable air trap, or we call air pockets underwater droplet, which create super hydrophobic surface. So I will explain you why this surface can make the water become like shape like that. So the one thing, Wenzel model has its own model and equations of this, how actually it can be effect of. So here the result of R, the actual surface area over the planar area. So this factor is important. Mean that the ratio of the actual surface area and the planar area. And Casey Baxter model, it is based on the model which consider a water droplet that sit on top of the irregularities. Mean that the surface roughness with layer of air trap between the irregularity beneath it. So it consider that. It consider the surface roughness mean that the irregularity. For the flat surface, it's not totally 100% flat. There is a surface roughness on the surface, but there is irregularities. So the Casey Baxter model consider that. That is the one that we are focusing. So what is the factor for super hydrophobic? So of course there are three main factors that we found that. First, because of the surface roughness factor that I explained just now. And transition over time from hydrophilic to hydrophobic due to increase of R, just now the ratio, based on the Wenzel model. And number two, because the A trap. So when the surface different irregularity or surface of there is a peak here and it's a valley here, peak and valley. So the valley here play an important role in order to make the shape of that water. So we call it air trap. So the air trap will make sure that because of the surface tensions, so the water will not spread away. It become the round shape like that. So it depends on the rough surface. So this rough surface that we can be used, or we can change it, and we can make some modification on the surface in order to design or to fabricate to make sure that it become the super hydrophobic surface. And number three, because of the chemical compositions of the surface. Sometimes when we do, for example, aluminium, when we put in the rooms for a long time, it become oxidized on the surface. So there is an oxide layer on the surface of aluminium or any metals. So this also can affect the surface, whether it can be super hydrophobic or it can hydrophilic. So these are three main factors where we can have a super hydrophobic surface. And I'm going to the second research that we did or we are doing now is we try on the laser texturing in order to find the surface for super hydrophobic on the titanium alloy, where we use a hybrid process of nanosecond laser texturing. Here we introduce a few things. One thing is chemical, but before that I would like to explain you about the surface functionality. There are 4 surface functionality. First is surface characteristics. Surface characteristics and irregularities associated with a particular pattern like size, shape, density, and arrangement has functional variations. And number 2 is a hydrophobic surface. Hydrophobicity is one of the most significant function of surface roughness, which are indicated by water contact angle that I have shown you, the theta, the contact angle. And number 3 is the wetting behavior. This is also based on the spreading of the water. So the much more water spread mean that the wetting behavior is good. But if the water cannot spread very efficiently, it means that wetting behavior is not such a good or not a low wetting behavior. So the hydrophobic surfaces are indicated by the water contact angle that is larger than 90 degrees, as I explained to you just now. While the WCA higher than 150 degrees is called super hydrophobic surface. And number 4, because of industrial application of hydrophobic surface with the area coverage including aeronautics, marine, shipyard, medical, industry of agriculture production, and mostly they want to have a very nice clean surface or equipment. So if it has the super hydrophobic surface, it means that there is no dirt, no oil that can attach on the surface. So there is a clean. So it cannot attach because it's not wetting, it's not attached, and it can fall down. So this is quite used in the industry applications. So laser texturing, by laser texturing, there is a process that alters a material surface properties by modifying its texture and roughness. And the laser beam create micro patterns on the surface through laser ablation, removing layer with micrometer precision and perfect repeatability. And of course, the typical pattern include we can fabricate dimples, we can fabricate groove and free form on the surface, on the surface. So it is a micrometer level of dimples, groove that we can fabricate on the flat surface. Okay, so this is what is a laser texturing is about. So hydrophobic function or application can be used as nano coating. Hydrophobic coating and treatment are highly water repellent, so that it's offering numerous performing benefit. So it's easy for when we modify the surface, so it's easy for nano coating. Mean that the coating can attach on the surface of the metal or any kind of materials. And number 2 is for water repellency. Ultra thin nanoscale, optically clear and quite durable, will also act as the anti-wetting surface. So mean that this is a kind of water repellent. So the water cannot spread on the surface. It is repel the water. And number 3 is for the self-cleaning. Numerous performance advantage to having a self-clean surface on the countless application. Of course, it's one quite application used by industry is to make self-cleaning. So you no need to clean that. Maybe because the water is not sprayed on the surface. It goes just on the surface and it repel. So it can be used as the self-cleaning for the machine or surface and so on. And number 4 is anti-icing. Icing on surfaces has always been a problem if a water is present under freezing condition. The ice can cause large damage to equipment and installation. Of course, this is when at the in the cold weather where you have ice on the surface of equipment. so it can be used as anti-icing, so it can remove the ice because of the surface the water cannot attach on the surface. So this is a good, for example, applications that's been used for the hydrophobic or super hydrophobic surface. These are some example of setup that we are using in our labs, using laser source from fiber laser, and also is transport by fiber inside this fiber, and then the laser beam is focused using the lens inside to focus on the metal. So in this, it is argon box. We use argon because to control environment, that to prevent like oxidations on the surface. So we want to control it. So when the laser mean that we try to prevent, so that we use argon gas as a shielding gas. And then there is a software where for laser control, so we can control speed, we can control many things for the laser parameter like powers. If you use the pass laser, we can change the pass or continuous waves and so on. Okay, so this is a parameter that has been used. We study that in terms of different parameters like average power, frequency, scan speed, H distance, scan run, R pattern, and also environment. We use argon flow at 10 liters per minute. And we introduce some kind of new thing. We introduce the siliconation. We put silicon oil on the surface, and then after that we laser textured it. Because we want to try, we look is that silicon can have certain effect on the surface that we did. And then after that we clean it, and then we measure, we put water on the surface, and we look at the water angle, and we measure the water contact angle here. So this is the result. So based on the surface roundness, we measure the R. Okay, the R. This one is R. And then the S, the distance here, S. And also we call it R is the peak to peak. So peak to peak, S is the crater width, and T is the upper crater, the height of the upper crater, and U, this is the height of the lower crater. So you can see that the average surface profile values that when the increase of power, all the data here, all the parameter or the output is increasing. So it's not doubt because the power, when the high power mean that the high heat that has been introduced on the surface of laser. Sorry, on the surface of metal. So and then we measure the contact angle, and we found that of course when the laser of water become round, much round, and because of the water angle or water contact angle is higher than 150. So we can produce it. So when we look also with the effect of laser speed on the surface of wetting behavior, we can see that we compare with the Tran and Chan and Tran and Chan using the rectangle shape. We use the triangle shape. So we can see that when the scan speed is larger, the water cutting angle much lower. Lower. So it's same trend with the Tran and Chan. So Tran and Chan make the grid types of patterns. So they make a line like this by laser, and this call it hatching line. Hatching line with 100 to 400 micrometer, and me and my team make a triangular. So number of hatch will be 3. So 1, 2, 1, 2. So they have a triangle or triangle here, triangle shape. So the hatching line is from 200 to 800 micrometer. So when we compare with the Tran and Chan, and we look at the hatch distance and also water contact angle, we found that the shape will have a different. For the Chan, you can see that the grid. So there is a very high from 117 to 150, something like 55, because of hatching distance of 400. And for the Earth, when we do the triangle, we can see that mostly the consistent of the water contact angle. So this is different when we make a different type of shape for the hatching line. So this is very interesting from the result. And, and finally, for the conclusion of my speech or my sharing today is first, laser texturing is proof method in order to improve the surface performance instead of invention of new material. So instead of we want to look at the superb hydrophobic in terms of you want to change all the metal, and actually you can buy and you can modify the surface. You can modify whether it is stainless steel or aluminum or titanium, and you can modify the stress just by laser. And based on laser, you can localize which part you want to modify. It doesn't mean that all the part, but you can choose, localize which part you want to use laser texturing. So that's number one conclusion. Number two is the appropriate study of numerous laser parameter will affect the surface characteristic and enhance their surface property. And number three, weighting behavior, which indicated by water contact angle can be controlled by modification of surface roughness factor. So actually we can fabricate that kind of surface roughness even if that surface is irregular. If it is irregular, so we can modify it to be regular by laser texturing. So this is an advantage of laser texturing compared to other. I think this is an advantage that we can have to explore more in order to modify the surface in order to make much more super hydrophobic surface. I think that's all for my keynote speech today. Thank you for and once again I would like to express my gratitude to the committee and also to the rector and the committee of the conference for inviting me. Hopefully this sharing could have certain knowledge or increase your knowledge or make you interesting about this kind of technology for laser texturing. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Mahathir bin Ishaq, for a very comprehensive presentation. And since I have told you that this presentation is pre-recorded video, so there is no question for this session. I will give the floor to the committee again. Thank you very much indeed for your participation and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Susi. Give a big applause to Ibu Susi. Okay, from our committee, we'll give a e-certificate from Pak Hugeng to Ibu Susi. Please, Ibu Susi. Okay, thank you very much to Ibu Susi and Pak Hugeng. And ladies and gentlemen, the plenary session has been finished already. So we are going to the parallel session. The parallel session will be held at 1 o'clock. So now is time for lunch break. Please join before 1 o'clock because the committee will assign you to fill the room. And during the break time, please still or keep staying in the Zoom connection. Don't leave during break time. And please fill the attendance form at the link that we share in the chat room. So you can fill, if you follow the TICASH, so you fill in the TICASH participant attendance form if you are a TICATE participant, so you fill in the attendance form for the TICATE participants. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Universitas Tarumanagara, we would like to say thank you for joining this conference. Special thanks to our committee, all presenters, participants, and supported and contributed to making this conference running well. We apologize if there is an uncomfortable things when joining this conference. We hope we will meet again next year in the same event. Stay healthy, stay safe, God bless, and good day.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
kan nggak ada akarnya.
Iya, dia nggak ada akar batangnya.
Dia agak susah kalau mau.
Oh, dia langsung segini.
Yang mana, Bu?
Enggak.
Yang mau dibawa Pak Bagus?
Pak Bagus katanya terserah yang mana suruh pilih Bu Henti. Terus yang jelek aja. Kasih jelek.
Pak Bagus kasih.
Itu yang kecil.
Pak Bagus mau yang tinggi apa yang pendek? Mau yang mana? Ayo milih Bu. Itu yang mana?
Satu, yang satu sono.
Iya Pak Bagus siap minta gitu.
Pak Bagus dua, saya juga dua. Habis tadi pagi-pagi dia merevisi program lagi. Udah gitu ada tambahan.
Pada malam kan kita udah habis. Malam itu baru mirip Bu. Iya,
Ini untuk mami di rumah. Pak Bagus mau kasih.
Bu Heti yang mana?
Saya ya udah
Ini.
Ini sama yang itu Pak yang di panggung.
Itu. Itu apa ini?
Apa yang ini ya? Ini deh. Ini. Padahal saya juga di rumah.
Beli gelnya Bu.
Terus dipindahin ke gel gitu ya?
Enggak, Ibu taruhin gel aja, jadi Ibu nggak usah nyiram-nyiram, beliin gelnya. Ibu ini kan kering nih, Ibu taruhin gel berapa biji? 6 boleh taruhin. Jadi Ibu berapa hari pun seminggu nggak usah nyiram-nyiram nggak apa-apa.
Nanti seminggu taruhan gel.
Ya dia kalau lama-lama kan habis tuh, habis kan pertama kan kayak kelereng tuh. Kulit kayak kelereng kan lama-lama habis Bu. Jadi dia jadi air, tapi jadi airnya itu nggak langsung biar gitu, enggak, cuman dikit-dikit, cuman basah kayak lembab ininya aja. Murah kok.
Udah beli ya ini. Jangan beli lagi.
Kalau itu murah kok Bu. Yang apa?
Waktu itu saya beli. Tapi kan selalu kata orang ya. Jadi makanya saya udah males ini. Nggak ada itu ya Pak? Nggak ada gunting.
Bu.
Oh. Jadinya tapi dia patah ya?
Enggak Bu, emang gitu.
Oh satu gede satu kecil.
Beda tipe Bu. Awas tapi ambruk. Takutnya ambruk Bu.
Ini memang nggak bisa gede ya Pak?
Iya, memang dia tipikal.
Yang ini taruh meja. Meja.
Ibu punya guci keramik yang segini Bu, yang ukurannya pas. Biasanya di Mr. DIY itu ada, itu tinggal masukin, kan udah mengkilap tuh, udah, ya tinggal kasih.
Ini medianya nggak usah
Bu Mei, ini kan bukan pesanan Pak Rektor kan? Iya kan? Kita kalau dia kan kalau acaranya humas, dia kalau acara
Enggak,
humas,
kemarin dia di ruangannya baru dikirim.
Oh baru.
Sama si Arif.
Iya kalau acara bola dia kan mesen kan yang belum ada di rumahnya yang seperti apa dia? Kuning gitu.
Yang duluan itu, yang berapa tuh? Yang saya anterin pakai inian, pakai dus aqua, anter itu.
Ini juga nggak bisa ditangkepin di tanah kan?
Kalau ini bisa Ibu, kalau ini bisa.
Boleh juga aja.
Kalau ini nunggu.
Pulang aja ya.
Kalau ini nunggu.
Lama-lama satu gini kan dibawa pulang.
Tarik aja Ibu. Nah, kalau ini nunggu Ibu. Dia nunggu kalau itu.
Boleh. Ayo kita. Mawar nggak bisa kan?
Mawar nggak bisa berkebun.
depan gua udah kering-kering soalnya buat mengganti.
Nah, dipakai itu Bu, apa namanya? Pakai koran kalau ada. Lagi.
Ini aja ambil semua Pak.
Tarik. Saya pegang ini.
Lagi belajar jadi tukang taman. Jangan kalah sama Pak Arif. Lu mau jadi pesaingnya Pak Arif. Kan gue lebih pintar memanfaatkan bekas.
Bu, dibawa ke ruangannya atau gimana?
Iya siapa?
Ini punya Pak Bagus.
Pak Bagus. Enggak, dia mau pulang. Iya, ini Pak masih ada.
Ini andong ini bisa Bu. Ini juga nggak perlu gitu Bu. Ini lebih gampang. Ini kalau Ibu punya vas yang beli kasih air, Ibu taruh aja itu warnanya. Yang ini namanya pohon andong. Buat di ruang tamu gitu. Taruh ini pas.
hari. Oh iya. Iya nggak? Memang ada yang mana ada Bu Siska tuh.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Ibu dan Bapak Panitia, apakah bisa memberikan izin untuk merekord di room 1 ya Bu? Bapak, terima kasih.
Halo panitia, tolong saya dikasih akses untuk merekam.
Selamat sore Pak Franky.